Right. Shall we start the session now? Right. Now, today we are focusing on three elements, uh, especially once it comes to a project. Uh, how to define quality, and what is quality management, especially under the context of project manager. What should you do to maintain the project quality? And how to project performance measurement, how to perform a proper project performance measurement, because everywhere, whatever the thing that you are doing, you should measure the performance, whether that is success or not. Like how it was success. Likewise, you have to check the performance. The third part is how to handle the risk. It is one of the important factor, especially once it comes to project manager's role. So you have to think in, especially we are discussing about in the perspective of information systems, and how it's involved with the project risk management. Now, these three topics I'm going to discuss today in the today lecture. So first of all, the first topic I'm going to discuss is project quality management or quality assurance. Actually, different names with the different terminologies available in different places, but somehow quality management is under, as per my perspective, quality management is under project managers domain. That means under the control of a project manager, as well as assuring the quality for the client is a one of requirement that is expecting from the stakeholders. All the stakeholders are willing to have this quality assurance throughout the project by this project manager or from this project manager. It's project manager's responsibility. Majority of the people believe it. And what is software quality assurance? Due to cost overruns, schedule delays, unfilled requirements, and poor quality, it's reported less than 30% of projects are perceived to be successful. Only 30% of projects are successful. 70 is loss. 70 is loss. 70% of software projects are lost because of this quality, due to different like cost overruns, schedule delays, requirements, the customer is unhappy, right? Different reasons, technological changes, the whatever, people was join and leave the company, different factors might be there, but at the end of the day, it's a failure for the company, it's a failure for the entire organization. So it's your responsibility as a project manager to make sure handle these factors seamlessly. Sometimes you have to have a discussion with your client, sometimes you might have a discussion with your top management, sometimes you have to have a discussion with your uh, team, or sometimes you might have a discussion with your peer project managers. Different strategies you might have to use, and sometimes there might be some scorecards or something, sometimes there might be some promotional cycles, different appreciation models available, virtual appreciation, physically appreciations, like different prizes are available, and sometimes there might be bonus, additional support for the work, like different strategies you may have to use. Somehow at the end of the day, what's your requirement is to keep the project in a stable manner, which makes the success as well as the project to be, and at the end of the day your client should be happy. At the end of the day your client should be happy, unless it's not something success. So different reasons might be there, but at the end of the day, everything on top of this quality, at the end of the day, everything ends with this quality. They are telling the project was not completed the given time, the quality of this project is not good, There are a lot of issues, so the project quality is not good. It's too much cost. I'm willing more quality for this quality product for this cost. Think as the same example. If you go for a pizza, I'm giving a very generic, simple example, right? The top middle range price. I'm not going for a hotels, right? I'm not going for hotels because if I tell a hotel, sometimes you might don't know about that hotel, how that quality even. But I'm pretty sure everyone taste Pizza Hut for 2000 or 2500, right? And probably you have taste that general shop, very simple, like food delivery shops are available for low cost. I believe you taste both, and what you expecting from Pizza Hut is not expecting from that general small, like we are telling like petti kadai, right? We are not supposed to have like for 10 rupees hopper or 15 rupees hopper. We are not expecting that 2500 quality, and by spending 2500 we are not expecting that 15 rupees hoppers quality. But I'm not telling that this story for the hotels, because what I have realized is I have went lot of hotels. There are a lot of queues in this hoppers. Hopper queue is very high and Kottu queue is very high, very low cost. I'm not sure why these people are like really happy to have this in a hotel, but that's the normal situation, right? Especially once it comes to dinner in the hotels. Lot of queues in hoppers, 15 rupees hopper. Not sure for hotel it might be cost, right? But I don't feel not different at all that in the hotel hopper and the normal pettikade hopper, there's no different, right? It's like same somehow. We'll come to the story back again, like your responsibility to keep this project success, the quality, cost, time, schedule, and different tactics, different motivation factors, everything. it's under your it's under your head, it's under your domain. So make sure to have proper software quality assurance. Now we'll discuss about a little bit further on this. The formal definition: a plan and systematic pattern. It's a plan and systematic pattern. So you are supposed to do different plans, and it's a systematic plan of actions necessary to provide confident. You are necessary to provide confident that the product conforms to stabilized requirements. This is the point from that lot of issues are occurring. The requirements are changing. Our requirements are unclear, different reasons. At the end of the day, client will tell it's not a problem of us. You should have a proper discussion with us. At that time, why don't we give proper requirements? It's your responsibility. So your responsibility is initial point, from the initial point or the initial perspective or the initial point of view, you should get clear requirements to have proper quality. If it is not, definitely your requirements are unclear or your requirements are unstable, you can't give a quality product, because we don't know what is the expectation from ourselves. We don't know what is the expectation from ourselves. Now if it is clear, then you can deliver a confident product, because we know we supposed to provide something like this. We supposed to provide something like this. It's a confident level. To have this confident level, you can define different actions, necessary actions. You can define necessary actions. That might be a systematic pattern, as well as it might be a planned work. This action should be a systematic pattern as well as planned work, because at the end of the day, we are planning this much of this much of cost, and this much of time, this much of resources. Everything is pre-planned work with a proper pattern. Every day early in the morning 9:30 we are having daily stand-up meeting. Every once of week we are sending a update to our top management. Every month we are having a client discussion to have whether our client is happy or not. Is there anything to be changed? At the closer, the last point, sorry, not the initial point, the last point. In the last point, you should have a project closer and you should have a learned lessons. What you have learned from this? Each and every project, there's a systematic pattern. We have learned a lot different systematics we are applying. Right? We have discussed about little bit planning, cost management, how to manage cost, how to avoid cost overrun or budget overrun, how to have a little bit proper mechanism to have like discussions with our formal management, how to get the requirements. Those are planned work. Now, I think this definition is much enough to cover all of the parts related to quality, but there are a lot of definitions available. This is just a definition from IEEE standard 730 standard. And ISO 9000 defines the requirements for the quality management in a system. Quality management in order to produce high quality products. Now you are supposed to have a quality management system. You're supposed to have quality management system in order to produce high quality product, because quality will not come all of a sudden. Quality will comes to your project based on different factors. You have to pay good amount for your workers. If not, you can't hire good or high quality workers. Even you hire, they'll realize my standard is above this, I can earn more than this, then I'll leave. And there might be no appreciation for the workers. We have discussed about those things previously. And as a project manager, to produce a high quality product, you should have a proper quality management system. It's a mandatory requirement, right? It's a mandatory requirement to have a proper quality. How I maintain everyone, every stakeholder, everyone who involves with the project, that's your requirement. I think it's clear now how this story and how much it's important, this quality in a project. Now there's another statement. Assurance is a set of services or set of activities that inspire confidence and certainty. Right? Confidence and certainty. Now, what you are supposed to do, assurance, quality assurance as a set of services or set of activities. That means again you are talking about a systematic pattern, right? You are talking about some sort of systematic pattern that inspire confidence. You are speaking about back again the confidence and certainty. The additional point in here is the certainty. What makes this certainty comes once it comes to very smaller components. That means once you practice agile practices, that means a shorter delivery cycles with shorter requirements, you have much certainty than a big project. Think a project like 6 years, your requirements might be changed due to different factors. I have discussed almost everything. So this is like Certainty can achieve highly by deploying micro components, small pieces, not a big piece. Think now, if you learn for entire 4 years, and at the end of 4 years you have to face 30 exams, you might face to lot of problem. You might definitely get lower marks for that 30 subjects continuously. Last year, fourth year, you might have 30 exams continuously. Think you have learned 30 subjects, 30 exams are there. I'll prove this. Now get an example in Sri Lanka, A levels. What happens in A levels? There is content of 2 years, 3 subjects, 2 years, right? 3 subjects, 2 years. Very deep. It's very deep. You have to learn a lot. What was the real scenario? Very low marks. Very low marks. Like very low marks. It's not like grade 5 O level, so grade 5 scholarship. Nowadays, like same paper is coming every year, so anyone can face for that exam and get 190 very easily. They are not supposed to change, not sure why. The story in A levels is totally different, because to maintain very large requirement, 2 years of content, it's really hard. It's really hard, very large. But if you are giving like small quizzes each and every week or each and every month, you will get opportunity to marks more well. But the client's requirement in educational department might they have like a person with high capacity of knowledge, who can keep consistently 2 years of knowledge and apply that 2 years of knowledge in a one single 3 hours work. It's really hard, right, to maintain everything. Think 2 years work in 3 hours. Think how much shrinking that you are. That's the reality. Certainty and uncertainty. In A levels, you might face a lot of uncertainty because of the large portion. But once it comes to small quizzes, nowadays a lot of institutes practice this daily quizzes and distributed marks, right? So the certainty is really high. They'll get good marks because this content is small. Same story once it comes to a software. If your requirement is smaller, very small requirement, you can easily test it, you can deliver it quickly, and the requirement is much clear, even for the development company and your client also. Both sides are really clear about this. Now at the end of this statement, you have to understand it's not something, quality is not something easy to achieve. It's like lot of practices behind this story, lot of practices. And further, we are discussing about this software quality assurance is a well-defined repeatable process. It's a well-defined repeatable process that integrate with project management and software development life cycles to review internal control mechanisms that assure adherence to software standards and procedures. Now, what they are telling, it's a repeatable process. It's not something that you can apply to only for one project. If you define a quality, if you define a quality management framework for your company, it can apply for all the projects without any issue, right? And it's a well-defined structure. It should be a well-defined structure, because you should know what are the deliverables, when, how, the cost and the quality and the functionalities. What's the product that you are using? Everything is under this well-defined, that is integrated with project management and software development lifecycle. As obviously in the context of project management, we are supposed to work on information technology, but project management is not something only in project information technology. It applies throughout the industries like mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, production, like especially like huge production systems, supply chain management, everything, like everything in whatever the story, there should be a project management. So if you learn project management for information technology, you can apply those concepts in other factors too. It might not 100% fit, but you might get at least 75% to 80% of understanding once you jump into, if you jump into some another industry like civil construction, you'll easily grab this story. The software development life cycles to review internal control mechanisms. Now, what the meaning of these internal control mechanisms is, the first one is defining your how you are define your client's behavior in the sense payments and the requirement changes as well as customers expectations. The second factor is you have to well define your internal team, your internal development team, who is going to lead, what we are going to work, who is the responsible person. The third internal control mechanism is defining the stakeholders, surrounding stakeholders, like at the end of the day, there's a customer who is working with the system, what's the ease of this system. After developing, there's something easy to their work, to complete their work. So as well as our top management, the development team's top management, as well as clients, other third party teams, everyone, the third component, everyone, like who infected from this or who affected after completing our software, who get affected from this functionality. It might be affected one of third party company who is joined with our client. So if that third party client is gone, our client might get into a trouble. So your responsibility to make that third party client also happy. Sometimes you might think, why should I think about that third party client? It's a client's requirement. Client should handle that person. No. If you do that work, your client might get really happy. Right? Your client might get happy. Client happy means at the end of the day, you will get another business back again because of the quality product. And quality is not something given and leave. Now, your first product is high quality. Your client is really happy. The second product is really low quality. What happens? Clients will leave. The same story applies in Sri Lanka. I have seen lot of shops, especially like fast food delivers. The initial product is very taste, good quantity, right? Cheap, everything is there. After 2 months, everything is losing. The internal control mechanisms are not. They think like the first 2 months our client base should increase, then no worries, the clients will stay. No, it won't happen because the competition is too high around. Why Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, they are keeping consistently without any issue? Because they keep maintaining this quality. They maintain the quality. Continuously they maintain. The food amount, the size, the portion, the ingredients, taste, it's not degrading. Even if you are having with some sort of like what we call promotion, you don't feel something like removed, right? No cheese at all. This is a promotion, so no cheese at all. So no, right? That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. You get the same quality regardless of other factors. They want to keep yourself happy, your client happy, right? We are our client, the Pizza Hut, the pizza people who eat in pizza, those are their clients. They keep their clients happy continuously. Now, without internal control mechanisms, you can't make this story, complete story, because in every industry, software industry, every portion, it's like not something easy. So you have to define your client, you have to define your internal team, you have to define your top management, you have to define your other stakeholders who are around the story. So you have to define different controls. These controls should well define, but it can be evolved or it can be changed time to time according to the situations that we are facing. That is known as learn lessons. And this is a repeatable process, and it can be applied to any other factor too. Any other factor since any other project or a product. Anything you can apply. The objective of process is to assure conformance to requirements, reduce risk, assess internal controls, and improve quality while performing to state schedule and budget constraints. So you may be clear about this objective of the process. Conformance to requirements, reduce risk, assess internal controls, and improve quality. At the end of the day, main focus is improve quality while conforming state, schedule, and budget constraints. So as you know, like last 9 weeks, continuously I told the same story: budget and the schedule, budget and the schedule, budget and the schedule. Why? If budget gone wrong, whatever the factor, you got success is make unsuccess. Right? At the end of the day, if your schedule is gone wrong, whatever the success stories become unsuccess stories. Very hard work, very hard. This is not a piece of cake, really hard story. So you have to conformance of the requirements, reduce risk, assess internal controls. What is the meaning of this internal controls? Internal controls means whenever you as a project manager, whenever you face for a situation that is having like out of control situations, like third party integrations are available, you might be integrated with the third party payment gateway in your software application. There's a third party. Now it's not under your control, you don't know, there's a black box, something that you don't know, third party integration, but there might be internal controls for that. You have to have agreements with them. You have to have agreements and different supplications around the story, what you are going to do, what you're supposed to do as a third party. You have to get an agreement prior to start the project, right? So that's the entire story or the entire objective of this quality of this project, quality maintaining. And what are the software quality assurance activities? Assure software planning has taken place. Now the first activity is your project planning has to have like proper planning. The second one is user requirements. How to gather the requirements, what are the functional and unfunctional requirements, how much worth feasibility study, whether this requirement is a real requirement or not, or it's something like ad hoc requirement. You have to discuss this thing. Then the design process, how we are going to design this activity. Design process in the sense, the start after the requirements gathering, we have to design the software user interface, mock user interface, and there should be some sort of software artifacts, other artifacts like different third party software integrations and stuff is there. How I'm going to design this application, how the databases are designing, how the middleware, how the payment gateway. Those stories should be designed, the design process. Then assure coding practices. Now you know different coding practices available to have success, like lines of codes, commenting, how to comment properly. That's quality assurance. Your comments make the quality. Your logic might be perfect. Your code is perfect, no bugs at all. But at the end of the day, your clients are willing to have these kinds of comments because they want to remove the dependency on the software developers. If some software developer adapted to the code base, that person should be able to run their job smoothly without any issue. That's why they are supposed to have these coding practices, different coding practices. Most of the cases, the software companies are defining their coding practices, different coding practices. Assure software integration and testing has taken. Now, software integration is one another important factor because you might not join for a fresh software or a research project. Research project, there's very less in the integration component because it's almost isolated work. At the end of the day, research work becomes to a real product, then they'll do another quality assurance. There's some set of quality assurance frameworks for like research to industry joining frameworks. So you don't want to worry too much. But once it comes to a real product, current product that is running, as an example like eBay or Uber, right, something, software is almost running, so you can't let it out. So you have to integrate different features to your product smoothly. After integrating your software, it should run as previous. That means if after there's some modification you have done, after this modification, your software is getting into another huge trouble, your systems are not working, that means the integration plan is not success. And testing has taken place. We are discussing about different testing, right? Different testing strategies: alpha testing, beta testing, internal acceptance testing, client acceptance testing, and deployment testing, deployment windows testing, stress testing, load testing. Lot of factors are there. And conduct random and scheduled audits. Now, random audit means all of a sudden, like some another third party team or your internal audit team can conduct this audit, just check whether are we in the plan. This is like independent person or independent team. It's not internal team. Project manager's responsibility to have this audit. I'm proposing to have daily stand-ups and keep this audit daily stand-ups, and daily audit is going on. So the project manager is well aware about the current picture of the project, whether we are over budget or we are under schedule or we are having some sort of other issues, right? We can, as a project manager, you know. So usually a company, there might be some another third party team. They are like, they are out of the team. They are not not in the software development teams. They are in out of the team. They are doing some sort of internal audits, like suddenly they appear and they are asking about how about the budget, how about the schedule, is there anyone burnout, is there anyone getting into any troubles, or if one is like isolated, no work at all, having fun only. So they conduct random and scheduled audits. Scheduled audits usually conduct by third party auditing teams. Usually your client is supposed to have another third party auditing team to make sure the project is running smoothly, to avoid any issue. So at that case, usually the scheduled audits are there, like they are scheduling, we are coming to your project on this month, this time. There might be half an hour or 45 minutes discussion about the project progress and what are the issues, client side issues. Like they are like third party people. They are not involved with the client or the development team. They are like independent team, third party audit companies. There are audit companies in Sri Lanka even. You can have a discussion, then they are not biased for anyone. They are not biased for client, or they are not biased for the software development company. They are telling the true story. Sometimes the client is paying the bill settlement is like after 15 days or delayed payments. So third party audit team is supposed to have handled this story. Then they have to inform this kind of issue in there from the client side. Or it might be scheduled delay in your development team. Then client can escalate this into this story. That's the scheduled and random audits. Usually random audits are conducted by internal auditing team, and scheduled audits are performed by third party auditing teams. There are auditing teams, right, for software companies especially. But scheduled audits can be conducted by even internal teams too, right? Internal teams too. But usual stories like scheduled audits are conducted by third party teams. Now, what are the activities related to software quality assurance? The first one is planning. Defining the goals and objectives of the project quality assurance plan, which includes specifying any quality process or procedures to be followed. Now, we have to plan it. Basically, this includes the quality processes and the procedures to be followed, because as a company, you might have a lot of experience, previous experience, learned lessons to maintain the quality properly. And especially the planning is very important. With the objectives and the goals. What are the goals at the end of the day? What are the objectives at the end of the day? If we are supposed to have like high quality software product, you should have invest high amount, not a low amount. If it is a low amount, you can't get the expected output. Now think, you are the client. You are willing to have very tasty food, right? Now you are the client, right? You are supposed to have very tasty food, and you are supposed to go to some another place, very cheap place, and you suppose like it should be have like a hotel. You can't get the quality as expected. 5-star or 7-star hotel, taste from a yacht. You can't, right? A restaurant from a yacht, it's totally different story. Very high quality, but very cheap. You can have like your stomach is full enough. It's some sort of like chemicals. There might be, because they can't spend for cinnamon 10,000. High quality tea products from Sri Lanka, high quality cinnamon from Sri Lanka, high quality pepper from Sri Lanka. It's very cost Sri Lanka ingredients, but very high quality, because it's usually, these ingredients are from the land. The chemicals are in land, so the cinnamon and stuff is like high quality because of the soil, right? And if you go to like, you have some experience in like Kashmir chili, red chili, Kashmir red chili, very red, right? Oh, very sharp, very bright Kashmir chili, because of this land somehow. Now your objectives and goals should be like matching to their like definitions. You have to define the quality planning. This quality is always depends on the other factors too. What you expect, what you give. It's like equal. It's a scale. It's a scale, right? It's a scale. Back again, the requirements assurance, providing assurance that the requirements are testable and complete. Now you are supposed to develop an untestable thing. Now think a story of a research project. Still, you have get some sort of sample for a research. What you are doing is you are getting a sample, and there are different factors affecting for this research sample, data sample. You might unable to test until next 10 years whether that is perfect or not. We'll get some sort of medicine. Think it's extracted from some kind of a tree, right? So you have to wait some another tree to generate that chemical, right? Some sort of organic stuff, right? It requires around 1 year to grow that tree, to properly tree grow. You have test that chemical. You have wait some time. It's testable a little bit later. Sometimes your requirements, your client's requirements, as an example, it is something like add to cart. It's an eBay or like e-commerce application. You supposed to have like add to cart some items. It's you don't want to wait another year to add to cart. You just do that. It's testable in very little time, at the development time, even at the end of the development time. You just start the testing. And it should be complete. And it should be complete. It should be complete. If it is not completed, that means you are into a trouble back again. Designing the assurance. Executing the executing the appropriate controls to assure design has been completed according to stated policies and standards, as well as assuring the necessary outputs have been completed. Now, designing assurance, executing the proper controls to assure design has been completed. Now, here you have to design the proper database. We'll get an example, proper database or proper load balancing. Your system is like supposed to log 100 different countries. So you hosted in very cheaper hosting server, which is located in a good country. Like we'll get an example like high-end product company, high-end product like Singapore. You hosted in there, but once it comes to 100 countries, you might get a lot of issues with the latency, network contingencies are available, different load balance related issues, your server instances are not working properly, lot of issues are there. And same story for the databases. So you should define like first normalized, second normalized databases, proper foreign key, primary key integrations, and blah, 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 blah. That is the design assurance. So you have to assure properly, unless there might be some sort of security concerns, security issues, defects, malwares might be attackers might be attacks, man in the middle attacks, malwares, worms, trojans, horses, everything might be there if your design is not good. At the end of the day, your software might be completely broke. I will give an example. If you are supposed to, or if you are willing to develop or build a house, you are going to build a house. What you do, the first and the foremost thing is have a proper architect and design your house. That is designing by an architect with very elegant, very nice, very nice. It's very nice, right? It's very nice. Lot of windows, lot of doors, like very nice spaces available, and everything is there. But it's not properly defined how the base is in your house. If there's no base, your design, whether it's the most beautiful design, no point. As well as it's not only the base, how the internal controllers like walls are joined, each and every one, how the wall, how the windows are connected. If not, you may see this story, uh, it, because of some sort of little designing issues, some sort of uh, crackers in your walls. Especially you go near to your window, like around window, there might be small cracks because of no slabs at all, no beams. It's not the designer's problem, it's the developer's problem. The builder the builder is not add some sort of sufficient uh, additional layer for the weight distribution. Same time, this can be affected by yourself. Your constructor told, sir, this kind of beam is required. Then you told, no point at all, it's just to it's no point, I don't have that amount, so ignore that. Client told that. So the developer or the builder, okay, if you don't have money, we'll build, sir, it's not a problem. Because client should have invest properly, right? The designing is involved with everyone. At the end of the story, what you have to understand, it's not something the development company's responsibility. Development company's responsibility is to warn the risks and give proper information of the risk. Client and the other third party, as well as all the stakeholders, responsibility to have a proper design assurance. It involves with the database engineer, it involves with the UI engineer, it involves with the clients, sponsors, it involves with the top management. Everyone's responsibility. It's not only a project manager's responsibility. What the project manager's responsibility is, make sure to inform properly to all the stakeholders. Right? As a project manager, your responsibility is to have informed. I told it, if the software got hacked, I'm really sorry, I told there should be some sort of SSL security should be in your website. You haven't ignored it. You told you can't spend 25,000 per year for SSL. If you add this, you might get some sort of security assurance. We can't give 100% guarantee, even developed by the best engineers in the world. We'll hire the best engineers in the world. We can't give high 100% guaranteed there's no hacker can be accessed or no issues in the system. There are, right? That's the nature. But the design assurance is some sort of job role of the joint job role or the joint effort by all the people. So as a project manager, make sure to get your client involved for this design assurance space. This activity is very important. Development assurance. Now this is like assuring the development team following the stated development processes and coding standards. Now it's like kind of a team lead, or the development team's lead should, as a project manager, you should follow the development team, as well as especially like you have to focus on the development team lead, because you don't know 100% about the coding practices. You don't know what is sometimes you don't know what is the programming language, even what is the database they are using. It might be Oracle or SQL or anything, you don't know. It's not your scope. You don't want to worry about that, right? You don't worry at all. It's a responsibility of a software development team, right? So your responsibility is make sure from that technical lead, the coding standards are followed properly, and the development process is following properly. Daily stand up. You can ask whether these works are working, and coding stands can be get confirmed by your software architect or some sort of senior technical consultant, or it might be some sort of project consultant, or it might be some sort of third party quality assurance team. Coding standards are followed. These coding standards are defined by the organization, or it might be a standard open source standards are available, different standards available. Whatever the coding standard, according to the coding standard, whatever the standard you follow is should be adhered by the development team. This is something like commonly happening, this story, in whenever you hire an intern, right? This story, what's the story? Story is interns are from different educational backgrounds and different coding practices from different universities, and sometimes they haven't coded at all, even they don't know how to write hello world, right? It depends on the institute that they are learned, and some students do having some experience to bug fixers with that what we call open source softwares, bug fixes, and pull requests to the GitHub, right? That kind of experience they have, and some having good practices in software development, some don't have any experience in software development. Different stories are there. The stories, whatever the person, if it is a new one, please make sure to keep eyes. You have to advise to your technical lead, please help him, not to disturb him, please help him. He is an intern or she is an intern, so they don't have any coding practice, or they don't know majority of the industrial standards, so make sure to help him. So the best thing is have discussions with you and technical lead and the new person, the especially interns or associate engineers, to help them, because project manager's responsibility is to make someone up and running, right? They have some sort of knowledge, obviously, as a university student or a college student or institute somewhere, like some different names are there. They have some sort of coding experience, so your responsibility is to follow that person to make up and running to a valuable resource to the company, to make sure that person is a valuable resource to the company. You have to invest your first month, no worries. Your development assurance might be happen after the first month. So the first month you might face a lot of issues with the new people. Don't worry. Your development assurance and the coding standards might be followed by that person very soon after the first month. If you don't follow, if you do not give any instruction, and if you like disturb to that person might get discouraged. But you have, your job is encourage that person to follow the practices, not to disturb someone else. Right? That is the story of development assurance. Usually you don't want to worry about like a person who is having 7 years to 10 years experience. They have like inbuilt story of coding standards, and they know it's automatically happening. Like it's automatically happening. They are automatically having these comments and stuff. No need to worry too much. Right? But for a newer people, you have to follow this development assurance, and it's a responsibility of a software development company. Furthermore, testing assurance, providing assurance that adequate testing has been completed and defects have been tracked and recorded. Right? Providing assurance that adequate testing, the testing is adequate. We can't test all the functionalities, all the inputs. Now think a situation where software can have like million of different varieties to be input data. Given form, think it's a username and password. Even that's that kind of a simple system, you can't test all the numbers, because who can do all the testings? We can't. Adequate testing, a limited adequate effort has been done for this testing, and defects have been tracked and recorded. Defects have been tracked and recorded. Now, whenever a software defect is arised, it might be informed from your client to the first level support, then that is the call center, then they'll raise a ticket or some sort of internal mechanism to track that information. That information is flows to up to the development team if it is a real problem. That is the story of track and record. You should track and record properly. There are different tools available in like open source tools, especially open source tools, freely available tools for specialized for defect and defects or tests to be run, defects running, bug tracking tools. What we told, bug tracking tools, right? Bug tracking tools available. Right, a small work. Can you please check and give me some examples, like 2 to 3 examples of these bug tracking tools? 2 to 3 examples. You can chat with me. Bug tracking tools. Just search in your favorite engine, Firefox, Google, something, browser, whatever the browser, whatever the engine, IE, anything. Have you found 2 to 3 softwares? Have you found? Anyone? Bug tracking tool. Just Google it. You'll get some examples of tasks.
Backlog, sir? Backlog?
Yeah. Backlog is.
Bughead?
Yes.
Spira team. I searched through the Google.
Sorry?
I searched through the Google, sir.
Yeah, it's
Backlog first.
backlog.
And backlog, Bughead, Spira team.
Yeah, those are like nice
Software.
yes, those are nice softwares. And Redmine, Jira, right? Redmine, Jira are some sort of like Redmine is one of open source project management tool. It's not only project management, mainly it's focusing on bug tracking. And there are project management features too. In large companies, they are using Jira as a bug tracking tool, and you might see Bugzilla. Right? Bugzilla, it's one of very large scale bug tracking tool. Thank you. Who is that? Gishani, right? Thank you, Gishanti. Thank you, Gishanti, for your nice answers and the effort. And it's good, right? There are tools available even for this tracking purpose, because a bug is convert into a money. Bug is convert into a money in one day. That's a story for the development company. It's a nice story. If it is a bug, they are really happy, right? You'll understand why it is once you join to the company, and not join to the company, once you work in a company, like after you will become a senior person, you will get to know why bugs are money, right? Bugs are money, because if it is a bug, your client should fix it, then you have another work to do. In simple terms, right? In simple terms, you have some work to do, right? That's bug is money. But right, but don't I'm telling for new people for this story. So so don't get like misunderstand this sentence, right? Don't make bugs while you are developing, right? Then they'll catch that bugs, right? They'll catch that bugs, and your quality might be gone down. But bugs are usual situation because of the quality, sorry, because of the technology changes, because of the requirements changing, because of the integrational issues, different hosting platforms, those kinds of, because of those kinds of issues, there might be issues, right? Whenever issue, your client should pay for that, right? So you do not supposed to have bugs in your software, right? Don't get misunderstand. But while software evolving, we are getting bugs. That means another job for the development company. If you are the client, if it is something expense for yourself, so think from the client's perspective too. As a client, you don't want to pay for the same thing for fix bugs, right? So go to their foot and be empathically and understand if it is a bug, right? Right, now this is the test assurance, different tools for available for tracking and recording. Implementation assurance. What do you mean by implementation assurance? Providing assurance that the necessary implementation steps have been completed prior to and after implementation. Now, what's the story of this implementation assurance? Is providing assurance that is necessary implementation steps prior to and after implementation. Right now, after implementation, not the prior information. After implementation, prior implementation, you can test it. You can test it internally. No worries at all. Internal software quality assurance team is there. No worries. You can test up to adequate testing. Prior. But after implementation, if there's a issue, that might impact for the real business. That means if one client is loose after your new service or a new functionality, that's a disaster for the client. That's a disaster for client. Is always supposed to have their clients. Now always software development companies are developing softwares for their clients who are very rich companies, and they supposed to have maintained their clients, the end users, simply the general people, like commoners like us, the normal people. We are the people who are getting help from them. I'll give an example. The very large company like Facebook. Who are the clients? You yourself. You are using Facebook. You are a client of Facebook. If you lose from Facebook, they are really worried. They are telling, oh, we are really sorry to hear you that you supposed to go. Please don't go. They are begging from this third world country, this small third world country, one poor person, the richest person, like one of richest company. They are begging from us, please don't leave us. Stay with us. If you are having some issues, let us know, we'll fix it. Please don't go. We'll definitely back to you. They're begging from us because their business is running from us. This is applicable for everywhere. This is applicable for everywhere, regardless of the industry. No one needs to leave a client. No one needs to leave a client, and clients do not leave the company if the company is providing proper quality product. You do not supposed to leave from Facebook unless you have some sort of trouble with your girlfriend or a boyfriend, right? That's the optimum situation that I heard from your age, right? There's a problem happen with your girlfriend or the boyfriend, then you leave from Facebook or your Insta profile, unless there's no any reason, because the client is giving the optimum things for you. Why should I leave? It's leaving by yourself is a pain. You leave your friends, you leave your happiness, you leave your fantastic funny stories sharing by the others. You miss others' birthdays. You don't want to leave your company. This is a chain. You have to understand this change. So what I want to mainly emphasize in here, prior to information, prior to, you can assure the quality, you have to give some sort of guarantee, but after, if there's something, you leave your, you supposed to maintain your previous customer base plus at least few new customers. That's how a business is growing, right? That's how business is growing. If not, you might get into a trouble. Right. Now back again to the other point, software assurance closing. Now, what's the meaning of closing? Completing all assurance processes, which includes making sure the necessary project closing activities have been completed. Whenever you completing a software quality project cycle, you have done your project within the scope, you have done your project within the cost, you have delivered the software products on time without any issues. Like there might be some few issues, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, or 1 to 25 issues might be not a like ridiculous thing that you have to think twice. You don't want to cry for that, right? That's the nature, right? That's the nature. If you found any issue in your UAT, nothing to cry, right? Get back to the story and fix it. Now somehow the quality is closing at the end of the project, because project is a temporary endeavor. It's ending within a certain time. It might be 6 months, it might be 1 month, it might be 1 year, or it might be a repetitive 1 month. Each and every month your project is repetitively working, changing. There might be whatever the situation is, your project is finished now, and you have to check whether the quality factors we have achieved while we are planning. We have planned for give some sort of quality for this amount. Always depends on the amount that your client is willing to pay. It depends always with your time constraints, how much time you have, and always it depends on your workers, how much quality they are supposed to give. Like I will give an example. Like I know personally there are institutes in Sri Lanka, very low cost, very low quality, very low cost, very low quality. They want just head count, increase the head count. That's it. In our institute, there is like 100 students who can't do anything. They don't know anything, even theory or practice, they don't know. There are. I personally know. They just pay very little amount, less than 1,000. Right? Not sure why. So the institute can't expect high quality teaching structure or teaching thing. Any teacher, very low cost. And at the same time, I know there are like paying more than it's nearly 3,000 they are paying per hour, so they expecting high quality. So lecturer is supposed to give high quality delivery, right? It depends on the work. Like they are hiring like high quality people, they are supposed to give higher amount, and the lecturer's responsibility is give high quality thing. Same applicable for software engineering. Your client is giving lot of money for you, and your responsibility is to give the highest quality product for that money. Then your client is happy, you are happy, you got some amount by giving your support for them. They are really happy, they are earning from yourself. This is like a chain all the time. This is like a chain, right? This is like a chain. Client do not want to leave the company, company do not want to leave the client. This is a chain. The rigorous chain, the most strong chain makes more solid and continuous business. Some businesses are running like 100 years. Willie Pearson, 100 years of experience they have. They are having like very large project proposals, projects here and there. That is the final stage of this quality assurance, the closing. All the time there are learned lessons. There are learned lessons, something you have learned. I will give the same story, the third example, your personal exams, right? Whenever you got some exam is like low marks, there's something you have learned. It's not something because of your teacher, it's not something because of this COVID-19, it's not something because of some another friend or your girlfriend or a boyfriend. You can't blame to someone other person. That's your problem. There's something you have to fix. You fix that, then go to the next exam. Always you have to enhance. Each and every day you can enhance your style, your living style. You will gain more and more. Right? That's how the closing stuff. And you initially, now sometimes your degree you have started 2 years back, you thought sorry, you thought you will get a first class. In the first semester you might get like little bit low results. You haven't adjusted. Sometimes you haven't adjusted, so it evolves continuously, right? That's the story. Same story applicable for everywhere. I give see 3 examples of this entire story. The closing is very important, which is missing by majority of the companies and project managers, because it's finished. They'll have a pizza and they'll have a Coke, happy party with the client is clapping, end of the day, that's it. It should not. Your responsibility is to evolve this story continuously. Now, measuring software quality. How to measure the software quality? The code quality. The first factor is code quality. How you can make sure a software is a quality code. It should be not having much of bugs. There should be some sort of comments, proper comments should be there. And it should be readability, and there should be a maintainability and modularity. I'm pretty sure you have learned these words in software engineering. Do I need to explain this modularity and code reusability? I believe you have learned these things in last year. What do you mean by like different functions, modularity? Different functions are available. You are calling to the function and you are getting the output. And inheritance, like implementing superclasses, subclasses, code reusability. Third party integrations are available. I'm pretty sure like third year, right? Once you come into third year, I'm pretty sure you have this experience. If not, I propose you to please go through these words and understand in any language. If you are going in software industry, if you are going into project management industry, no need to worry too much, right? No need to do much code qualities on top of the technical leads head, right? Somehow these are the factors: modularity, called maintainability, and adaptability, modularity, reusability, comments. All these stories are based on this code quality. Security. The other important factor of the software quality is security. How secured your software? Now, no one can give 100% secured software. No one in the world, even that is from Facebook or Google or somewhere like top niche technologies companies, even Apache, they would not give this high-end, even WSO2 in Sri Lanka, right? I'm pretty sure. Do you know WSO2 Sri Lanka? No? Please have a look once you complete your job. Not complete your degree for the internships and I'm not like marketing, right? I'm not marketing WSO2, but one of nice place to work, right? High end technology, and you will get a lot of money, right? For internship, I'm not sure how much, but for your first job, if it is engineer, you might get 180 around 100,080, right? 180, 200 around. So top notch paying company. You will gain a lot. Give a touch for them and follow their products like Carbon. You'll get a lot of things you can learn from them. And I'm not supposed to like give any advertising, right? This is not advertising campaign, but if you don't know, it's one of open source company in Sri Lanka, right? So it's a nice place to work. And there are a lot, right? Virtusa, MIT, LSEG. Those are like very nice companies in Sri Lanka to work. All the time there might be some management issues. You don't worry about that, right? That's the story. Come back again to the story. Security. Whatever the software that you are going to develop, it should be secured. It should be secured. If it is a like largest company, the security can't be guaranteed 100%, but you can give a guarantee up to some extent by having proper software practices. And there are different certificates available like SSL for web applications, and some sort of like uh, firewalls can be implemented for your internal networks, like, and your software can be encapsulate. Very simple thing, you can encapsulate your software. Very simple thing, you can have security and different access levels, access modifiers can apply. I'm telling in a software engineer's perspective. But once it comes to an integrated like large software, it might be a security certificate. It might be some sort of additional layer of security layer to have like you can have block the unwanted or intruders, and you can have like different softwares to packet tracing like Wireshark. You can do like lot of internal security for your secure your internal network, and your software has to as the software to be unable to crack. The license can't be replicated, right? Hard to guess the license keys. Like even in Sri Lanka, I know one person who guessed office license. Like he guessed the license and got the opportunity. Nice person, right? Security vulnerable issues. There are vulnerable assessments in assessment tools are there. Do you know that tools are available for vulnerability assessments? Do you know about what do you mean by vulnerability? Software vulnerability? Do I need to explain those stories? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you have learned about this jargon. ඔගොල්ලන් ඒව ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙනවද මේ ඔය මම කියන දේවල්? software engineering කරලා තියෙනවද ඒක සරයක් හරි? software engineering හරි software development එක මොකක් හරි නමකින් ඇත්තේ? මම දන්නේ හරියටම නම් මොකක්ද කියලා. ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙනවද එහෙම? Right. I believe that you have learned, and I'll continue the session. These are the security concerns that you have to learn. Then the performance. Now your performance can be impact for the entire software quality. Some sort of performance testing mechanisms are noted in here: stress testing, load testing, performance testing. And majority of the cases you might have different automated tools for this performance testing. The performance testing is mainly focusing on whether the software is performing under our expected level. As an example, what about the story of continuous or concurrent logging of 100 people to our software? It might be web application. Think of web application. 100 people concurrently, same time, simultaneously, they are logging to our software. What is the nature? Whether anyone getting in any problem? What happens after 1,000 people concurrent login? 1,000 people are concurrently logging to the software. What is the story? 10,000, 1 million people are logging to our software. In the same time, they are trying to access to the database. What is the story? What would be happen? Whether the system is getting any issues or not. That's the performance testing, or the software quality measuring using performance as a one pillar for software quality. Right, that's the story of project quality. Now next we will discuss about project performance. Now anything you want to clarify up to now? I will give around 5 minutes to have a discussion on this. ඔයාලට මොන හරි අපහැදිලි තැනක් තියෙනවා නම් මට කියන්න මම ටක් ගාලා කියලා දෙන්නම් ආයෙත් ඉස්සරහට ගිහිල්ලා back and forth ගිහිල්ලා slides වල මොන හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් කියන්න මම විනාඩි 5ක් වගේ අරගෙන කියලා දෙන්නම්. any issues ඔයාලට මොන හරි අපහැදිලි තැනක් තියෙනවද? නැත්නම් content එක load එක වැඩිද? Any questions? Anything you want to clarify? Anything is not clear? I wish you. I just saw your chat. I'm really sorry. Not sure why it wasn't visible for me. Thanks. It's nice. I just saw that. Not sure that chat doesn't comes into my head. Again, I'm sorry for that. Last week you have asked that thing, right? Questions, few questions. I'll share it today, right? Today itself I'll share. Sorry about that. I just forgot that. Right. No issues. No issues, I think. Right. Now we will discuss about measuring project performance. Now we will discuss about this measuring performance. The performance measurement is the process that followed based on the project. Now it depends on the project. Project performance is depends on the project. Performance based measurement baseline. There's a word called performance measurement baseline. This baseline is scope baseline, schedule baseline, and cost baseline. There are three baselines are available in here. What's the meaning of this scope baseline is the scope. Now, what's the meaning of baseline? It's the basis. You are telling this is the base that I'm going to do, right? Now, sometimes you might have some experience. This is there's a base for everything, anything in the world. Now you're comparing with the baseline. I will give an example. You have ate some food from somewhere and you are telling this is not the best food in Madara. I think you should go to this place. This is the best place for food, right? Or if it is like from Gaul, this is not the best place from, like, this is not the best place around Richmond. Uh, there's a place called like this kind of name, and you find another place. Then you are telling, oh, that is worse than this one. There's a baseline, right? Everything. You are telling this person is like very good, gentleman, like very nice. Based on you are telling some different features. You have some baseline. These kinds of things are there, and there sometimes you might tell this woman is very nice, very pretty, or where this man is very handsome. You are giving some factors: height, weight, skin color, tone, eyes, baseline. If it is a Nigerian person, like we'll get an example of a Nigerian person, that Nigerian person's baseline is totally different from a Japanese person's baseline. Japanese people might think eyes should be like this, the skin color should be like this, and the other people might tell no, it is like very bad, I don't like that shape of eyes. Got the point? That's the baseline. Everyone is having some sort of baseline. There's a common baseline different people are using, like different factors, but once it comes to a software engineering, there's a proper baselining which is agreed by your client and the development company. Both parties should be agreed. The scope baseline defines the base scope we are delivering these kind of features at the end of the day. Scheduled is this time we are delivering this much of things, and the cost baseline we are delivering this kind of money, or the cost breakdown is there. We are break down the cost, blah 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 blah. That's the cost baseline. Is one of popular method to define performance objectives. Now, if you are defined initially, before starting, prior to starting, while the requirements gathering, project manager can define these measurement performance baselines. This is the planned scheduled This is the planned schedule. At this time I'm starting, at this time I'm ending. This is your baseline structure. This is your baseline. On top of your baseline, you can find any variations are available or any variance is available. If there's different variances, then you can adjust it. If it is a cost variance, you can adjust it. If it is a scope variance, you can adjust it. You can come back to the baseline. Why you should keep a baseline properly? If it is a change in baseline, it's a problem, because it might be impact for the entire business. Once you define a baseline, until the end, the project closer or the end of the project, the baseline should be a solid one. If it is changing, your project might be like unconfirmed. It's a research project. For a research project, you can't tell exactly because you have no idea, because you don't know anything. Think you are developing a personal helicopter. The personal helicopter in the sense like that flying car. I'm pretty that you have seen that flying car. Like I'm telling a micro version of that car, a personal device that can hang yourself and traveling here and there. Like you have seen it, this story in movies, right? In different movies, we have seen that story. Single person can fly here and there, like a ball shape something, right? I'm not promoting again the movies, that's why I'm not telling the names, right? But I'm pretty sure you have watched some sort of English movies. I'm not sure about that Hindi, Korean movies. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that kind of. I haven't watched much that movies, Hindi and Korean, but English movies there are a lot of like frictional stories are there. Like in there you might see that thing. Got the point, right? Now again. A research project, it's a research project. You don't have any understanding. You don't have any understanding. So you have to test it. You have to do some work according to the literature available. Then you have to give, this is my conclusion. As a conclusion, I'm telling we can't develop these kind of things if we consider about these kinds of things. It's a research project. But usually business do not want to have this research work because they want to earn money. If a research is failure, there's a possibility to be research totally failed. Businesses are really fear to invest for the research because if it is a failure project, everything will be gone, right? Everything will be gone. Business wants profit, so they want to have proper, well-established technologies, well-established proposals. That means the business domains for their businesses. If not, they might get into a trouble. If not, they might get into a trouble. So that's why we want to define a proper performance measurement baseline at the first point, at the initial point of the software. The performance measurements are defined in project management plan. So you know there's a project management plan where all the factors we are recording. This is a single record. In that record, we are supposed to record everything in the performance management and the performance measurements. Project performance should be evaluated periodically and take suitable actions. Now, this might be a period defined based on the project. Think a vehicle from Vega, right? If it is a Vega car, they do not want to evaluate hourly. They don't want to evaluate daily. Once in a month is more than enough. Right, once in a month is more than enough. But if your entire project is a small software you are going to develop, right, small mobile application you are going to develop within a 1 month of period, then your evaluation period might be once a week or within 3 days, every 3 days, each and every 3 days, or it might be a daily. or it might be a daily tracking. You have to evaluate it periodically and take suitable actions. You have to take suitable actions, because if there's any variance, you can fix it. I will give an example for this. You have hired an intern for your project. This person has some sort of experience in mobile application development. So you have allocated this person, this intern, to this project, mobile development project. But unfortunately, this project is based on not the functionalities, the normal functionality. It's totally depends on the graphical packages. Like end-to-end graphical packages. This person is having good understanding on business logics and developing some sort of business applications. But once it comes to graphics, the story is different. Now, this intern should learn and do the work. Why? This intern is mainly focusing their schools, their universities, their colleges, their institutes for a e-commerce application based mobile application development. It's based on the e-commerce, all the functionalities related to e-commerce. But this time he got an opportunity to develop like image related work, image enhancement, or some sort of camera related package, OpenGL related, not only mobile, there's some OpenGL also involved. So at that time, as a project manager, you have allocated, but soon you will realize there is some issue. If you perform, evaluate periodically. If you do not evaluate until 1 month, completely 1 month, what happens? At the end of the month, the intern will comes to you and tell, sorry Ayya, I would not do this work. Then at that time, you'll get into a huge trouble. Your client is asking for the project, your top management is waiting for your project, and your project team, your peers, everyone is waiting your project. Because of this intern, if you tell to top management, sorry, I have allocated an intern for this, your top management would ask, why don't you have chat with that person at least in once a week? That's the story of evaluate periodically. And your client will tell the same story. Why don't you evaluate this project frequently? The most frequent evaluation period is 1 day, which is known as your stand-up meetings, daily stand-up meetings in agile development. This is the smallest evaluation period, or the evaluate periodically within 1 month. The period is 1 day. Every day you are evaluating whether the project is in line or is there any variations. This is the smallest time, periodically evaluation. The key performance indicators, KPIs, should define to perform missions. Now, KPIs, key performance indicators. What are these key performance indicators are? Once you start a project initially, you are telling you should deliver, you are the client, and you should ask from your development company, you should deliver 50 functionalities. These kinds of functionalities: login functionality, add to cart functionality, remove cart functionality, payment functionality. Different 50 functionalities are available, right? Different functionalities. These functionalities should develop. One key performance indicator is the number of functionalities you developed within 1 month. Number of functionalities you develop within 1 month. That is one key performance indicator, KPI. And there might be some another key performance indicator, cost indicator. You are You have got 1 million. You got 1 million for your entire project. What you do, you distribute it in linear manner. That means for the 30 days, you distribute each and every day the same amount. 1 million divided into 30 days. Now your key performance indicator is how much is the cost per day. Give me a second. Right. Now, this is another key performance indicator, the cost indicator. Likewise, you can define different indicators. If you achieve this indicator, that means project is success. If the indicator is getting low, you can say no, it's project is unsuccess. But some common structure is in companies: red, amber, and green. The project is in green state. That means project is going well, no worries at all. Another indicator, it's amber. There is some issue in the project. It might be cost issue, it might be scheduled issue, some sort of issue. And the code red, the project is totally gone wrong. The cost is gone high, over cost, and scheduled is totally out of the schedule, called red. It's the status of red. The key performance indicators are another good indicators to have these performance evaluations. Now, some popular KPIs. Now we'll discuss about different popular KPIs that is defining for software project. Cost performance. Your cost performance. You have learned about this cost performance, how to evaluate cost performance, different mathematical functions, equations to follow this cost performance. Whether your project is over budget or under budget, right price. We have discussed about those things. How to have this cost performance. Those are the cost performance indicators which I have discussed the last week. This is one factor, very important factor in a project. Cost performance indicators. Those functions or those equations provide the cost performance indicators. Schedule performance. Again, I have discussed about this scheduled variance, scheduled performance indices. That's the story of scheduled performance. So you can have a graph on this scheduled performance, daily basis or monthly basis. You can have scheduled performance indices. Each and every month you can update it. Likewise. Customer satisfaction. Now, customer satisfaction is very important story. Now you can have different strategies to make your customer happy. Different strategies means not having a party in every month, right? Your customer might say, no, we don't want to have a party to entertain us, right? You supposed to develop some application, because client is care about the functionality for the cost, right? And your customer satisfaction is based on the work that you are doing. More work conducted for your customer is really happy. I will give a simple example. Now think a situation that you want to prepare a pizza at your home. Now think, fortunately you have like oven and stuff also, so no worries, no need to expend for that thing. But you want to buy the basic ingredients like some sort of mozzarella cheese and that pizza flour and some another tomato, and different things are there, different ingredients are available, olive like black olive and stuff like. If you purchase these things different like different places or single place, even the total cost for a single pizza is higher than you are buy from Pizza Hut. The same ingredients. Okay? So that means for like we'll get 2,500 simple amount, but you can't purchase everything for 2,500. Even for cheese, for the like mozzarella, it might be 2,000 around for a large pizza. And the other ingredients altogether, it might be 4,500 around. So that means they are giving some cheaper product, right? Some cheaper product, the total ingredient cost, they just cover the total ingredient cost only. We are really happy, because if it is a personal work, it is more cost. It's easy to just give a call and ask from, they deliver 400, something like 150 or something, 10% service charge, that's it. We are happy because the quality is high for that amount. It's really important. I'm not advertising Pizza Hut, right? It might be applicable for others also, Taco Bell, Domino's, the other places, right? Unless you might think I'm going to like make you like I'm giving appetizer for this Pizza Hut, go eat pizza, go eat pizza. No, right? I'm giving a simple example to understand. That's it, right? You can apply this same story for any other shop that you really like. It might be, I don't know, sure. I'm not sure about that much of like good name around here and there all the time. Any place. If you are from Goal or Matara, I'm not sure, right? Not sure what is the best fit, but it's common for that pizza. That's why I'm giving that example, right? Somehow, now the customer is satisfied because of that amount. I get much. Now think, you are paying some amount and you purchase something. It's really worth for you. That's why you are spending that amount. Why you spending some amount for your education, for your worth? It should be worth to yourself. At the end of the day, it's not something just one paper, right, with some a and b and c, right? Anyone can write this a b and c, right? It should be skillful. You should have some sort of skills. I will give you an example. In this case, in this course, we have discussed about project charters and milestones, different milestones, and we have understand about these cost performance factors. These are not only just theories, those are practical situations. And we have discussed about this communication plan, how to develop a communication plan. Those are practices once it comes to software project management. But once it comes to software engineering, you might develop a software. That's the worth for your money. You are spending some amount for this education, right? That's the customer satisfaction. Once it comes to a software business, You should maintain your customer happy. That might be really hard because some customers are really strong, very rigorous. Sometimes some customers are having good technological understanding too. In that case, it's really hard to explain to them. They are asking pinpoint, what is happening here, what is happening here, what is happening there, why don't you use this? Sometimes they are suggesting. Some customers are really okay, we can have a chat and we can explain the situation. Some are not. Whether it's easy or not, project manager's responsibility is to make sure the customer is happy, whether that is the most foolish customer in the world that you found. Again, I'm telling, that is the most foolish customer you found in the world. Though that, you have to make sure that person is happy. Really hard. Some people are like really foolish. They think they know everything, but they don't know anything. Right? They show off they know everything, but they don't know everything. They just read something and come up and show off they know everything. They are like magicians. That kind of foolish people are there. So really hard to make sure that person is entertained, to explain the situation. This might experience by yourself even. This might be applicable at the moment. I haven't seen your previous work, but I'm personally pretty sure there might be situations that you can't explain anything. It's not that person is not trying to understand. He's always arguing. No, my sentence is the perfect. Your sentence is incorrect. There are people. I'm pretty sure you all have experience on this. That's the customer satisfaction. Now, once it comes to a non-customer, you can tell, okay, I'll ignore that. Okay, that person is a foolish person. I can't go and argue. But if what this comes to customer, that's your customer. That's the person giving money for you, for your business. That customer is always trust you, like last 5 years trusted. Customer satisfaction. So you have to make sure your customer happily throughout without any issues. Work performance data. Now, work performance data is another very important factor, right? Very important factor. We are discussing about these things a little bit later, right? Today itself we are discussing. And future performance. Future performance means what would be happen in future. Your work in future. How to make sure the work is happen in future, in next project. It's a future work. If your customer is unhappy, your future performance might be a good indicator. Right? So never go for fight with your client. Try to convince them. If still it's not working for you, so you have to ask from your top management and take someone else to explain the story. Please don't go for any arguments, or some customers are posting everywhere, sending emails by to your top management even, right? Some foolish people are there. Don't worry about that. No empathy at all, no understanding about the real world, very aggressive, right? So don't worry. Your future performance is the important factor. What happens to your project in next decade or next year, next 5 years, even for next month. You should perform well for today for your well future performance. That's the story. You have to perform well today. There should be a baseline. I'm performing this much amount of work. Then your future performance is guaranteed. No need to worry about that. Right. Now I think it's good time to have a small break. We'll get today around 15 minutes of break. And now it's 30, 40, 45, 45. Yes. 45, you can back to the seats. Back again, not 45, we'll start 40. It's 28. We'll start 40, 12 minutes, not 15 minutes, 12 minutes. We can have the chat again, starting on these concepts again. Right? Have a break and come 10:40. Right. Again, we will start the discussion. Now we will discuss one by one about these points. I think now you are a little bit having some understanding about these points. Now we will go in detail on these points one by one. The first one is cost performance. Now, as you already know, I have discussed about this cost performance in last week a little bit thoroughly, like we have went the deepest point that we can go, I think so, like for the given time slot. I think we have learned a lot, and this is like earned value management, the actual cost and the cost variance and related stuff that we have discussed on this story. Profit margin. So this is another important thing that you can find whether your project is success or not. Now we are supposed to have performance evaluations of the projects. So profit margin is one of good performance measurement, whether our profit is high, medium, low, or it might be monetary value. It might be 1 million, 1 billion, 1 trillion, or it might be a loss of 100,000, loss of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million or something. Profit margin. How much is the profit that we gain from this project, a given project? How much the project profit we gain? This is the meaning of project margin. The return on investment. When we got the return of our investment, this is another important thing that we can have this cost performance measurement. Right, a little bit detailed on this profit margin, the ratio of profit remaining from the project after all expenses being paid. Now we have to settle a lot of things. Once the project is completed, there might be some utility bills, there might be some other expenses like salaries, allowances, there might be some additional performance bonuses. After, there might be some hardware that we have purchased, we have rented, and we have to settle their bills. So those kinds of things might be there. Water, other some infrastructure machines. So after all the expenses, everything is an expense. And that point of view, we can settle each and every expense, and there might be some amount that is remaining at the end of the project. We calculate this at the project closer. The equation is the net profit margin is equals to total revenues minus total expenses divided by total revenue. So you can get like 100,000 of a revenue, and it might be 50,000 of expenses is gone. Then the profit margin is like 100,000 is here, 50,000 gone, then 50,000 is remaining, divide by 50,000, profit margin is 1. If it is a greater than 1, that means your net profit margin is a good value. If it is like 5 to 10, 12, it's more good. If it is a minus value, that means it's a loss. Project is a loss. This simple equation can be helped to find the net profit margin. Even now, I'm not sure whether you are doing this work or not. I know some students who are doing some part-time jobs and some like sales jobs and stuff. They are advertising in Facebook and stuff from their pocket, right? Or some, I'm not good to tell that firm's name. Like think a firm called X, that is a beauty cultural firm. What they do is they ask from their Sales, they are not telling sales people, they are telling managers, senior managers, directors, and some good names, right? uh, they are telling sell this item, they'll sell this item. And what they are doing, they are putting Facebook advertising, they are doing a lot of work, and they'll get 10,000, but they have spent more than 10,000 to sell that item. So they think at the end of the day they got 10,000, but they don't calculate the expenses. But once it comes to an IT project, you have to think about this total expenses. After settle all the expenses, only you can find this net profit margin. The second factor, schedule performance. Scheduled variance and schedule performance indexes. I have discussed about these 2 points deeply on last week. Work performance data. Usually observed raw data while project is following, the project is going. As an example, technical measurements. The raw data is extracting how much issues, this is like number, right? You know, this is hash is number of issues found in the project. If it is too much of issues in the project, there might be some problem, your performance is not good, your performance data is not good. Number of change requests, how many change that you have done, the requests, modifications, the requirement changes, right? And it might be some sort of like change request in some sort of performance schedule. Certainly the performance, it's a schedule. The change request, there might be some sort of actions on here, corrective actions and preventive actions. What do you mean by a corrective action is an intentional activity that realigns the performance of work with the project management plan. Corrective action means you are performing some work intentionally to make the project is back to the baselines. Your cost is overrun. As an example, your cost is overrun. You have to do some sort of corrective action to make sure that project is back to the project cost plan, cost baseline. It's back to the cost baseline. Preventive action is an intentional activity that ensures the future performance of the project. Work aligns with the project management plan. Preventive action plan is a plan sorry for that. Something was happened in previous project. In there we can tell they have done a preventive action. Now I will give an example. One client might be there who is changing all the time his requirements. For a given project, think it's a 6 month duration. For 6 months, he has changed his requirements 12 or more. That means this client is willing to change his requirements. You have to define a preventive action plan. If the client is changing his requirement, then he should pay this amount for the work we have done. This is a preventive action plan because we know previously this kind of things happen. To avoid that situation happen again and again, we have to define preventive action plan. This is one of work performance data structure. Usually once it comes into reports, work performance reports are generated for future use. I told quality and the performance, it's not something ending after your project. After project closure, it's not ending. The artifacts like earned value graphs, defect histograms, reserve burnout charts. So you know what is earned value graph, the values that after calculation we can graph it. Defect histogram is the number of defects with the release plan or the date. Reserve burnouts, we have discussed about the reserves, management reserves and stuff. How much we have burnout for our project. For risk, that is defined or undefined risk, non-risk or unknown risk. How much we have burned. I have discussed about this risks in last week about this management risk and stuff. So this is another set of reports that we define. It might be a simple graph, it might be a large set of Excel sheets, or it might be a huge database, whatever. According to your company, the data should be maintained for future use. You can do the same work, like you can get the same data and you can match it with the new project. What we call that strategy? Can you remember? Can anyone remember that strategy? We are getting some previous data to give estimations for the new project. Anyone can remember? With me, tell me. There's a strategy or cost estimation mechanism. We are getting the previous data and we are telling this much of amount might be gone for this project. Anyone can remember? I think you can't remember. So please go through the documents, please go through the notes and keep in mind, keep in remembered every day. This is not something like miss to be life, to be, you should be in with your life, like every day it should be in with you. So the third point is customer satisfaction. To have customer satisfaction, we can have client surveys. We can have client surveys. What do you mean by a client survey? Because our client is to check whether our client is happy or not with the work we have done. And we can get the suggestions from our client. The second point is we can get the suggestions from our client. Whether this method is working for you. We will get an example. We are trying to go with agile model. One of agile model. We'll get an example like we are trying to have Kanban board. And we are supposed to share daily update on that Kanban board. Some clients might think every day I'm getting an email from this person, from this project manager. Then what he will do, the client is getting upset, but he's not telling he got upset. Continuous mails he like to have, but he can't, and he don't have time to go through. What he has done is he will create just a rule in his email client and sending all the mails to some sort of folder. Because your frequency is too high, your client is getting really hard, like, oh shit, why I'm getting daily basis. Your client is not telling, it's a disturbance for him, but instead he just keep the records. He's not looking at all. So you can have a survey with them, with your client. Is that okay to send daily, or is that best fit once a week? Right? Then you can adjust your plan. As a project manager, you should always adjust yourself with the environment. And if it is like some leads are getting into huge trouble, daily meetups, daily stand-up meetings, spending 15 minutes or spending 10 minutes with the team, they are thinking like disturbance. Then you can adjust it twice not every day morning, like Monday, Wednesday and Friday, or it might be Tuesdays and Thursdays, or it might be once a week, Friday morning or Friday evening, because your worker, the colleague that you are under you, is one of client, right? They're supposed to work, right? Everyone is important. I'm telling everyone is important. So you can have survey with them whether it's fit or not. We'll do a small work on this a sample client survey. Then you might get more understanding on this. How about this customer working? I will share one soon. The next point is client retention rate. Now, initially, now this might be applicable for a project that is having multiple clients are involved in, right? Sometimes this client retention rate can be applied for the entire company, not for a project, right? Somehow this is one of mechanism to have this as an indicator for customer satisfaction. How we can calculate this client retention rate? Customers at the end of the period minus new customers divided by customers at the beginning of the period. I will give an example. Now in our company, my company, there are 10 customers once we are starting in 2021 starting in 2021 Jan 1st, there are 10 customers or the 10 clients in my company. At the end of the 2021, that means 2021 December 31st, what you do, you just asking number of clients at the end of the period. There might be 8 clients remaining, 2 clients left in this year, 2 clients left, right? 2 clients left, and there is a one new customer in your and one new customer, right? And new customer there. Sorry, seven people in here. One is a new one, one new customer. End of the day, all 8 customers are remaining. Among these 8, one customer is joining 2021 June, right? Or October, someone will get 8th August. This new customer is joined. So altogether there are 8 people, 8 customers remaining. One customer is joined a new customer, 2021 joint customer. So altogether 8 minus 1, it's 7, divide by 10 and multiplied by 100. So it's altogether, this is 100%. Right? Your customer retention rate is 70%. 70% of customer retention is there, right? If there's like customers at the end of the period, if it is 20 customers, initially it's 10, beginning of the period, 2 was left, now it's 18, right? But altogether 20, 2 left, it's okay, right? There are, we'll get an example of 8 new customers join. 8 new customers join. At the end of the period, 20, altogether 20 customers are there. Here it's 8. Then it's 12 divided by 10. 12 divided by 10 multiplied by 100%. That means 120%, above 100%, your client retention is there. That means you have done marvelous job in this year. You have increased your customers. Your customer base is increased drastically. Very good. But if it is the story of At the end of the period, if it is like 2 customers are remaining and that 2 also new customers, then it's 0% of customer retention rate, which makes none of your customer is happy. Every customer join, leave, join, leave, join, leave. There are institutes I know personally, students join, leave, join, leave. There are some companies I personally know, maximum like retention time is like 8 months to 1 year. Again, the story of that company located in Nugegoda, near Nugegoda. Join, leave, join, leave, join, leave, join, leave. Within few months, they'll realize, oh, this is not something fit for me. They are doing some bullshit. No personal growth, no educational growth, no society appreciation, nothing. Everything is gone. There are institutes too, the same story. Companies, same story. Retention rate is very low. Your customer retention rate is one of good factor to have whether your customers are satisfied or not. Now I'll share one customer satisfaction feedback survey with you, sample to you. You have to fill, right? You have to fill it. Let me share with you. Might not get more than 5 minutes or 3 minutes, more probably not more than 3 minutes. I'll share in chat. Now, this is not just a survey, this is beyond a survey actually. This is a way that you can support me, right? You know, I'm a student, right? Though I'm teaching, I'm doing my PhD. So I want to get 2 research data. One is for online teaching and the other one is usually I'm getting from my students. Each end of the subject I'm getting some small survey, right, to get understand whether anything that I have to modify, right? So this survey is filled by a lot of students in last year. I have added some new content also regarding this online stuff, so where I can share this. Yes, the chat is closed, right? I think you can see my chat. Can you see my chat? I have shared a form. Have you got that link, please? So you can learn 2 things. No, you can do 2 things. One thing is learn a customer satisfaction survey, a simple survey, how you can define a small customer satisfaction. It should be not half an hour work. It should be like very simple thing, like 2 to 3 minutes, not more than that. 5 minutes is optimum, not more than that, right? Have you seen that link, please? Still not?
Yes.
Have you seen or not? Yes or not?
Now, okay, sir.
Now,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can see.
Yeah. Please take like 5 minutes and please give your honest answers. I'm not getting your personal any data you have seen, right? If you want to see the results, you can, I'll share, don't worry, right? I'm not getting any of your personal data, but be honest and tell me the truth, right? Lot of students supported me to enhance my teaching style time to time by giving their feedback. Now it's your time. I have done like nearly, oh yes, 10 years, yeah, sorry, 10 days lectures with you. So you know what are the things that I have to modify, right? By giving these important things from you, I can get, because you are one of my client student. Student is the most valuable client in my life. So your response is the most valuable thing to change, to do different modifications, because I have got different comments from my students. According to that, I have adjusted my teaching style time to time and modified a lot probably. And it's your time to give some sort of feedback for me, right? I'm not getting upset at all, right? If you tell this is the worst, I'm not getting upset at all, but I try to modify to make at least like 90 percentage of students are happy, right? At the end of the day, 90 percentage of students, I'm pretty sure no one can make 100 percentage happy, but at least 90 percentage of students should be happy. So give your please kind attention and take 2 to 3 minutes and honest answers. I just want honest answers. I'm not getting upset at all, and I'm not getting any personal information of you. You can see I'm not getting any personal information. It's yours personal response. I just want to get some sort of information. That's it, right? I will give 2 minutes, so three minutes. Please fill that information. And this is another customer feedback survey. You will learn this is a customer feedback survey. Whether customer is happy or not. If it is not, you can adjust it. If it is happy, so you don't worry too much, right? Right. I have given a sample also, and same time I can get some important insights on myself as well as commonly online teaching styles, right? So please help me, and I'll keep quiet around 2 minutes. Now it's yes, 2 to 3 minutes. Then I'll start the session back again. I'll keep quiet 3 minutes around. You can complete within 3 minutes, more than not more than that. It's very easy.
Sir, seems your mic is mute.
Oh shit, I have speaked continuously mute. From where onwards? Last.
What is the risk, sir? That from that.
What is the risk? Oh, then that is something automated situation. Right. Right. Thanks for informing me. What is the risk? From here, right? Uncertainty. Right. Now, again, I'll tell it's okay. The risk should be properly planned to minimize the risk. If it is not properly minimized, then there might be a problem. This situation like risk management plan is a pre-plan for risk management. If there's a risk happens, this is our plan. Some movies you have seen that plan A, plan B, and plan C, they are doing like, have you seen that stories? If this happens, we'll do. That does not happen. Come now, we are executing our plan B. Like, I have seen one Hindi film and a lot of English movies. Same story, right? Same story happened. Lot of movies means like 2 to 3, not more than that, right? Somehow the risk management plan. Then now we will do a small risk management plan, right? Then we'll create a small risk management plan. I'll share one document with you. Right. I'll show you this. Shall I share in? Yes. I'll share this first of all. Chat. Then you can go through with me. I have shared risk plan with you. You can download it and look at it. I'll give some overview on that now. Let me share my screen. Good. I think you can see my screen. So this is sample risk management plan. You may see different tabs available. First of all, risk management plan, then the risk analysis summary, and risk response summary, right? Then mitigation cost, contingency risk, budgeting, right? Not only that, you might able to add any number of features or risk risk plan, your customer retention rate, your customer satisfaction rate, your workers retention rate, anything you can add, right? I'll give very basic understanding on this. What is this project management work, right? Now this is the sample template, right? Provide basic information of the project, including title and blah 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 things. Now this is your project title. You can have a title like BTCom. BTCom is your project title, and this is your project working title. Then you can tell this is BTCom phase 1. What is this meaning? This is your project, the larger project. Usually projects are rolling every month, right? If you don't know, if you probably don't have any experience, right? In a software product, think it's a rolling work. For the first month, for the first 2 weeks, we are delivering this component. Then the next 2 weeks, they are delivering this component. Likewise, in the first 2 weeks, this is the first phase 1, but the entire project might be 6 months of length. This is the 6 month of length project, BTCom, and the working title, this is the phase 1, the first 2 weeks, and the second 2 weeks we can tell phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, likewise. And we can have like the secretary details and agency if we have. Then prepared by probably your name, you are the project manager, or if there's a separate risk management team, the person who is responsible, risk analyst, has a special role in a large company. Risk analyst can be do this work. Then date, you can have your date of the starting date of your delivery, the project, when you are starting the risk, the first day of your risk. Now if you have no risk at all, if like your project is not started, no risk at all, nothing started, no risk at all. If it is a project start date, is the first date of your project risk date, starting days. Now you can tell the risk identification process. Now think a person or your cost, your CPI is something blah 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 blah, right? Then you can tell your SPI, sorry, your SPI is blah blah blah. You can tell this information. And risk evaluation, prioritizing, how you are going to prioritize the work. Now your cost variance, we'll get an example. Your cost is varied a lot, or your schedule is varied a lot, right? Or it is over budget, something like you can't, it is not controlled. Then you can tell this can control. You can evaluation by the date of the delivery, the last function. Now you have delivered this last function on this date. From this date to date, like we'll get an example. Your last function was delivered on Jan 31st, and you're supposed to deliver this on February 15th, right? Now you can evaluate the risk. If this from the first date of the project starting, that means the February 1st onwards, you can check whether the delivery is on date, delivering the functionalities properly. Then the mitigating options. In the general, we'll discuss about this risk mitigation later on, right, in the same story, how to mitigate the risk. And the risk maintenance, how you are going to maintain the risk. This should be not a single line, right? I just giving very simple brief examples for you. You should like write in and out. Why? This is like something happened, a fire is happening. We don't know, we have no idea at all. It has suddenly happened. We have no idea. once the fire happens, how should people are evacuating, how the people are running, who is the responsible person, is this there a special alert system, is there any sort of person who is fully responsible to give the calls to fire brigades and stuff, is there any trained people inside the company. I have worked in one of the greatest company in Sri Lanka, IT company. There's a special fire training, and usually a random date, they are suddenly having these fire alarms and train the people to have into a special fire points. What are the fire points? Fire points are places that if there's some sudden situation happen, the people should come to that place. They like random date, all of a sudden the fire alarms are ringing, the people should come out because they have to practice the people. Unless, now think a situation, if there's a fire alarm, you people like, all right, it's a fire alarm, no fire in front of my eyes, so I don't want to worry too much. You haven't practiced it. But if it is practice, if it is fire alarm, you might get secured yourself. Likewise, a fully maintenance plan, risk maintenance. If it is happen like if an example like your date is now gone, what you have to do, you have to create a special meeting with your development team, because why it was gone wrong, what was happened. This is not for blames, right? Because of you this has happened. There is not a good project manager. Good project manager is something like very friendly. He should understand the weaknesses of the people. He should understand the strengths of the understand and appreciate the strengths always, and support to fix the weaknesses of the employees. That's the person who is a good project manager. It's your responsibility, right? Now create meeting, a special meeting. Like now it's almost we have to deliver this functionality. We'll get an example from February 1st to February 15th. You're supposed to deliver a login function, simple thing, right? Simple login function. And the 10th of the day, even still username validation is not working properly. Now what you can do as a project manager, you should get a certain meeting, special meeting. Now where this meeting details are recorded, this is the place, risk maintenance. You have wrote this story. If something is gone wrong, we are going to do this. Okay? We can't kill someone else because of a project failure. And the risk management responsibilities. Who is the person responsibility? Identify the separate people. Project client. The responsibility is paying amount. I'm giving very simple terms, right? Paying amount. Then senior manager. Senior manager is supposed to do like work like support by infrastructure. Then there might be a situation, individual developer. Responsibility, deliver code base. Likewise, you can have different people to be responsible. Now in this case, you can have the fire engineer. Responsibility, call to fire brigade. There are different responsibilities having different individuals. You have to map each and everyone's responsibility. Then no worries, everyone knows if something has gone wrong, if there's some risk is happen, who is the responsible person to fix this issue, right? And how to do, this is your plan. How to do, I have identified this kind of issue is there, and I'm going to evaluate this kind of risk. Either is that risk is actual risk or not, and how to mitigate, how to manage this risk. And maintenance, I'm continuously planning to have this risk forever to avoid any issue in future circumstances too. Right? And individually, who is the person responsibility to do the work? And again, a small risk analysis summary. You have to give a unique risk number R001. This is a risk, unique risk. Risk name is your one. We'll take left company. Employee left. All of a sudden, probability of the occurrence. Now, we instead of this employee, we can say Ashant. Ashant. Now he's like always in top jobs, or he's always in some sort of like place to find. He's unhappy. He's like unsatisfied with this company, with the management. The probability of occurrence high. Now definitely he is leaving the company. And impact level, he's the lead person. He's the fully fledged, and he's having the total knowledge in the product. There's a high impact of leaving. Then we can tell the impact description. This person is having full knowledge of the product. So we have to get some action. And time frame, we can have a time frame. Probably this risk might occur within this month. Now, this is one risk, right? And there might be another risk, R002. Risk name, fire. Right? Occurrence, no, because it's not having much of risk, but the impact is very high. Having a fire in the building. Time frame, anytime. We can't tell what is the time frame. Any day it may happen. There might be another risk, R003. Everything is unique, right? Everything is unique. The risk name is another risk would be happen. Football lead in our project. Is a risk, right? Is a risk. Probability occurrence, medium. It's not too much high because he is playing in for our team, and he is in our team, right? This person is like medium level of risk. It's not a high level of risk or low level risk. It's a medium level. If this person is like the highest person, the topmost person, topmost person who is having good discussions with the clients, right? So the impact might be really high. If this person is not there, the client is really unhappy to have chat with the others. Then we can say sometime this month there is a football tournament, right? Then time frame within this month, right? Now if this person is getting continuously winning, the probability should update according to probability of high, because now he is not in the office at all the time he is in the playground. Now the risk is high, probability of the occurrence is high. Likewise, you can have a proper analysis summary, then the response summary. Then you will see the automatically the response summary is updating. Now what I have wrote in here is automatically updating here because of this sheet is fully automated. And risk prioritize can be happen. The risk is priority like priority 1, like fire priority 4. Priority 1 means very high prioritized work. Priority 4 means it's like not too much, it's not too less. Here the priority is 3, it's like medium prioritize. Then the responsible person. Who is responsible person? If Ashanti is left the company, this responsibility should handled by Nimanta. Unfortunately, if Ashanti is left, then Nimanta should handle the rest of the work. If there's a fire, then fire engineer. We can put the name Dhanuka, whoever the person. Football leader. If this person is not there, then again Dasuni. Dasuni is the person who is responsible to handle the work. What is the mitigation, the action plan? How to find this problem to be like not a problem? Ashanti is leaving because low salary. The mitigation plan is giving some additional amount or salary increment with a medal. Right, medal. We are giving some sort of salary increment. Then we can like he is asking for another 10,000 rupees. Then we can increase if it is a like highly important person. Then the mitigation action, we can have a training, employee training. You are with me, right? We can have a mitigation plan. Now the football leader, what is our action? Minimize client meetings. We can minimize the client meetings. That's the best thing. And we can have some another person to write happen. Response trigger. The date, the letter, the resignation letter. Resignation letter is handed over. Person is trying to leave. And trigger the fire alarm. And trigger matches are winning. Simple, right? Continuously this person is winning. This is a trigger. What is the point that we can identify the risk is occurred? The point that the risk is occurred. Now the mitigation cost. How to mitigate the cost? You can fill the data with this software cost, hardware cost, material cost, whatever the cost is happened. If you think like this is like 5,000. Services it might be like 1,000. I'm just giving some sort of numbers, right? Development tools and other stuff. If it is a fire, there might be under the facilities. If it is like 1,000, like likewise, you can have the cost plan, the risk mitigation. If the risk occurs, how much we have to pay back? Ready for that. The reserves, contingency reserves, different reserves, right? Different reserves. How much amount might be a risk? The worth of the risk. If it is a 1,000 rupee risk, probably it's not a high risk. But if it is a 1 million risk, then it is a high risk. You should follow properly. Right? Somehow you have to fill the data. It would be automatically filled. Then the risk budget, contingency plan for this thing, and you can fill the same story again. Mitigating cost, how much the contingency cost is, probability of the occurrence, and the risk name. right? This is one of very simple story of that, and sometimes you might fill this properly, right? Not sure for your assignment, but once it comes to your company, make sure to fill the management plan. It is a good situation. Think you are a project manager and fill this document thoroughly, fully, get one experience. I have skimmed the story, right? I have skimmed the story, and I think you got a rough idea about how to fill and stuff. I'll share this completed document also with you. Then you can understand a bit further more. And if it is like too much, please go through this video again and again and understand. If you got any problem, call me. I'll definitely help you. If you want to have a like a video call or something, I'll arrange a video call. No need to worry about too much. I also having this Teams and everything, right? Don't worry, under my personal control even, so you don't want to worry too much. You can just give a call. I'm not using WhatsApp and stuff much, really sorry, but because I don't have much time to entertain with those WhatsApp and stuff. But if you want to give a call, just send me a text message, then I'll arrange. I have Telegram account. uh, I'll share that with you, then probably you can have like Telegram based chat with me, right? I think overall okay, you got some sort of understanding, but go through this again, then you will understand a bit more on this. I'll save the document and I'll share with you at the end of the session. Right now, we was like in a place. Any questions you want to clarify? මොනහරි ඔයගලන්ට අපහැදිලි දෙයක් තියෙනවද මේකේ තේරිච්ච නැති දෙයක් යන්න කලින් මෙච්චර ඒ කියන්නේ කරපු දේවල් වල හැටියට මොනහරි අපහැදිලි දෙයක් තියෙනවද? Anything that you want to clear me by myself, anything? මොනහරි ඔයගලට අපහැදිලි දෙයක් තියෙනවද කොහොමද කරගන්න ඕන කියලා? No, that's fine. Right. Now, again, the story of risk management process. This is from what we call project management body of knowledge. They have defined some sort of work like risk management process. Please understand this properly. It's in your assignment probably, right? Risk management process. So what are the inputs? Risk management plan, what we have discussed now, and activity cost estimations. We have discussed about these things last week, and duration estimations. We have discussed about that scope and stuff. Stakeholder register, and I haven't completed all those things. Please go through if you have some sufficient time. It might get little bit time. And what are the time processes? You don't want, and the other point, you don't want to have fully understand about all of these 11 to have a complete risk management process. Even if you have this first one, project management, risk management plan is more than enough. But if you have more and more, then you can have more and more confident level for your activity. Now, the tools and techniques. The next point is the important thing, the tools and techniques. What are the tools that we can follow or get into minimize the risk, right? Like SWOT analysis, expert judgment, we have discussed about last week. The same story, expert judgment. If it is cost management, if it is risk management, same story, the expert judgment. Different styles are there, like checklist analysis, assumption analysis. Those are not much strong, but we'll discuss about SWOT analysis. Finally, after having this analysis, we can have a risk register. Okay? We'll discuss about these things now. The important point is, what are the tools and techniques used for risk management? Documentation reviews provide some sort of like strong evidence, for you. Strong evidence in the sense, the factors that much follows under your context, right? Under your context, what are the things that you are facing, right? Last year, our document is telling this much of expenses was happened, and this much of people left the company. We have a separate place to track that information, right? This much of information was loose. This kind of things can be happen in these document reviews. And information gathering techniques, I have discussed thoroughly in your first few days, first day and second day. Information gathering techniques, this is one of very important structure once it comes to risk analysis, because if you are having an interview with your CEO, because he is the person who's supposed to give all the requirements, and at the end of the interview you will realize this person is still uncertain about his requirements. Or if you are developing a software for like bespoke software or generic software, whatever software, right? Then that software is like for general, like Microsoft Word. I'll give very simple example. You are getting stats from the people. They are unlike to have some sort of feature. Then if you invest 1 million for that unwanted functionality, it's a risk. Information gathering techniques provide this stronger level of understanding of the requirement properly, then minimize the risk. This is not like something fully functional or direct impact. We can't find the direct risk analysis, but it provides the overview of the risk. Because if we have proper information gathering techniques, that means our requirements are clear. If the requirements are clear, we can give the proper scope. If the scope is clear, we can give the proper cost estimations, and we can give the proper delivery dates without any issue. Same story. If the information gathering technique, that means the requirements are unclear, gathering techniques are complete or incomplete work in there, then the information gathering techniques provide some uncertain requirements, which leads for uncertain project plan. Sorry for that. Uncertain requirements, uncertain project plan, uncertain cost estimation, uncertain project delivery deadlines, which leads for low quality product and unsatisfied customer, which makes the business lose no profit margin at all. Your business is totally gone down. Highly risk at the end of the day for your project. Same story. So be careful, right? Checklist analysis. Checklist analysis is nothing. It's like general sense. You can see the name implies it's just having a set of information or the checklist to follow whether these kinds of risks can be occur or not. It might be daily basis, or it might be something like monthly basis, or something like we can have a checklist. Interesting stories, assumption analysis. which makes the problematic situation, because we can't tell by assuming something. As an example, you have you are the project manager of a software development team. Now you have been asked to develop a software. In the first 2 weeks, you just develop a login, username and password, very simply. Then you assume this username and password should consist. Oh, sorry, not that consist. It should be like in middle of the page, strongly middle of the page, center of the page. You have done an assume. That's the assumption, right? You have done an assumption. Then you develop the application and then you give the product for UAT, user acceptance testing. You haven't done a mock UI for your customer. You just done because you have like, okay, but customer is telling, what the hell you have done? I don't want it in the middle in the page or center in the page. It should be in the right hand up. It's a risk because you have estimated that work, you have estimated that cost for that time period, the time, as well as for that functionality. But unfortunately, you have done some sort of incorrect assumption. Why you have done an incorrect assumption? Because it's a non-functional requirement. Back to the story. Non-functional requirements never take any sort of assumptions. It leads for risk. If you think it should be in middle, have a documentation, get the signature from your client. Then you are clear, your client is clear, your development team is clear, your testing team is clear, everyone is clear, successful project. No risk at all, very low risk to happen something bad. Diagramming techniques, there are a lot of techniques available like mind maps to have pictorial representation or graphical representation to have a proper representation of the risks. This can be a flow of risks, or it might be a single risk, or it might be one-time occurrence of a risk, or it might be a chain of risks which can be happen effectively. So diagrammatic techniques, especially a lot of project managers doing mind mapping for this. I'm pretty sure you have done this mind mapping like time back, like sometimes in grade 13 or something, or it might be in your first semester, your diagrams, you have done this mind map. I'm pretty sure I don't want to explain this diagramming techniques. And expert judgment I have discussed last week. Then we'll discuss about this SWOT analysis. What is this SWOT analysis? SWOT analysis consists of 4 parts: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. This is the SWOT analysis. We are discussing about 4 things: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. This is a risk plan. It's a risk plan. These 2, the strengths and weaknesses, can be categorized as internal risks, and opportunities and threats can be categorized as external risks. Right? Internal risks and external risks. Once I explain, you will understand this story easily. We'll take the first one, strengths. A simple example is reputation, cost advantages, technology advantages, special expertise. You have internal strength. You have internal strength to minimize the risk. To minimize the risk by special expertise. I have in my company, I have the best financial analyst in the world. That's why they purchase, they hire the best people, have more strength company. They have the best coding people. Like how you can show off your coding skills in different ways. You can participate for hackathons. You can show off your hacker rank. You can show off your GitHub profile, your involvement for open source projects. Then you can show off your strengths once you join to your company. Special expertise. Once you hired for that company have this strength because they have minimized the risk by hiring this strength and the reputation. Goodwill. ABC company is the best company to work. Reputation. It's a strength. It's an internal strength. It minimizes the risk. This reputation minimizes the risk. Now, story again. Sorry, I'm getting again a Pizza Hut. We'll get another example. Not Pizza Hut, something like a good reputed company, fast food delivery or junk food delivery, something. Nelum Kole, right? We'll get Nelum Kole. Sorry for that name. Sometimes you might hurt, right? Right. Nelum Kole, you might hurt. Kalunika, you might hurt, right? Something. Yes. But we can get again I'll get, sorry, that reputation will get Pizza Hut, right? Pizza Hut something overall I think it's good reputed, right? A good reputation, it makes your customers continuously with you. It's a strength for you. It minimizes the risk. Cost. Your client is willing to like invest 1 million rupees. Your client is a good client. You have good client means you have a good strength. Your client is a good client. No worries for that 1 million. It's okay. Your cost is good. Your cost advantages are good. So no worries at all. You have good strength. Minimize the risk. Likewise, lot of strengths can be involved for minimize the risk. And again, weaknesses, internal weaknesses. What are the internal weaknesses which makes the risk high? Marketing deficiencies, management of staff problems, management problems, lot of management problems. I personally know lot of companies facing these management problems while they are getting into a decision making point because they are not making the decision based on data. Lot of management, I'm pretty sure they just take decision like what they believe is correct, or the HIP or the highest paid person's option, the HIPPO's option. The limited services, we have like in a risk. These kind of weaknesses make internal risk high. Internally company, our management is always fighting with each other. They are not looking their faces each other because of some problem. Internal weakness. Oh, our internal team is not happy to work with each other. No group work. They individually work. They are alone. That's an internal weakness. Oh, some person, we'll get example. Sasi, there's a person who is called Sasidharan, fool, right? There's a person called fool Sasidharan. His decisions are worst. Like his decisions are worst. He always trying to disturb to his team by getting meetings, and he's doing nothing. He's just having fun with the others. He's having a girlfriend and internally and having fun with that person. But once it comes to a team, he is like show off. He's the best person, Sasidharan. Internal weakness person. Lot of HR escalations for this person, but HR is fear because of some sort of internal politics. That's internal weakness. Opportunities, right? I think internal things, now it's clear now, the strengths and the weaknesses. Now we'll come to opportunities. What are the opportunities that we have? External opportunities we can have, grab to minimize the risk. How? New technology. Now we are having a new opportunity to grab a new technology. It's an external risk because it was developed by Apache. We don't know. It's a third-party company, but they provides the face recognition after implementing 2 lines of codes. All stories completed, right? They have provided an opportunity for us. They have provided an opportunity for us and minimize the risk. Minimize the risk. They're supposed to face recognition system. We have implemented, our custom is really happy. We can develop face recognition system for your system within 2 days. Or we are keeping margin with the margin, right, for testing and stuff, because it's 2 lines of code. External opportunity we got. Your client is really happy. Minimize the risk. Minimize the risk. Apache is a well-reputed company. They provide a lot of open source solutions, well-established solutions. So no need to worry too much. New technology. A same story like new markets can be opened. Now due to this COVID-19 facial masks, new market is arrived. We have new opportunities. We have to think new opportunities all the time rather than just thinking about tea, rubber, cinnamon and tourists. New technological opportunities. That's the best possible solution in this decade. Government should focus on this for digital media, digital infrastructure. Lot of money from Sri Lanka is going to US for this Facebook advertising. Millions. Lot of opportunities available, open opportunities. The last point, threats. The competition. The competition. There might be a competition. Always there's a competition among everywhere, which makes high risk. Which makes high risk for us. These are the threats. The government changes. Now government giving like policy. No one can go outside in this month. So, but it's not happening, right? Everyone is going here and there. I can see like it's like normal situation, except ships. Except ships, all the vehicles are running, traveling, right? I haven't seen only ships and boats. Others, every vehicle is running. That's the story. Somehow, threats, right? Internal threats and external threats as a policies. The government rules can be a threat for us, for the entire business, because we want to do this thing and that thing. But we have to adhere for the government policies all the time, right? All the time. Though it's correct or not, we have to adhere because we have let the people to rule us. We have selected. So it's our responsibility. We have selected, so punishment for us back again. Right, it's an internal threat. I think it's clear now, the SWOT analysis. Once you doing your assignment, please do good SWOT analysis. It's mandatory to have good risk plan. It's a good tool. And risk resolution. Different levels in the project can have different risks, such as technological risks. So we have to minimize this risk. There are different mechanisms in here, like risk acceptance to minimize the risk. We have to accept the risk. There now, as an example, your client is telling, can we have a develop this project for this amount? It's something like marginary amount, but you have to accept that cost. Your project should run that risk, right? You can't take large margins for all the projects. Sometimes you might have very low margins, or like just for cut off. You have to accept the risk. Risk rejection. It's not under myself. I will give an example, the risk rejection. Now some situations, now some issues are occurring because of, you know, the softwares having different versions, especially if you are developing a software based on Oracle database. The Oracle 11G and 12C having large difference, and 18C likewise, they are having different, the versions having different features and different issues, right? Different features and different issues, obviously, right? And the risk is occurred, there's some issue continuously happening because of this old software, this old version. So you have to inform to your client. So you have to inform to your client, you have to upgrade this software to 12C. Then your client is telling, no, I can't, we don't have that money. At that time, as a project manager, all the issues related to that software upgrade, you can reject. Dear so and so, we are really sorry, we almost advised to you to upgrade this software. Until software is upgrading, we can't do anything. We have to reject your requirement. Please accept our apologize. That's the reject of the risk. You reject the risk. You are not accepting it. Your risk rejection, because it's not under your head. Right? You can reject, but you can't reject all the things. It's not under my head, because project manager is not someone who is doing coordinator, right? I'm really worried to tell that word. Some project managers just coordinators, just take the ball from somewhere and throw that ball to somewhere else, right? That's not risk rejection. Risk mitigation, taking some precautions to minimize the exposure to risk. Now, risk mitigation is all the time involved with the minimizing the risk to be exposed. There's a situation like risk can be happened, exposing the risk, right? Some companies like doing different strategies. I don't want to open these strategies now because still you are a student, right? Once you join for company, you will realize this story. The risk avoidance. Risk avoidance means you avoiding that risk. Now we'll get an example. Now think a situation that you are going to some place, right? Meanwhile, in this road, you know, the road is not good. The road is like really hard. It's like traveling in a moon, right? In moon, right? Lot of like jumping. You can avoid that road. You can go in some another road. That's the risk avoidance. A person who is asking continuously money, then you can hire someone else and let that person go out. Risk avoidance. The last point, risk transfer. Risk transfer means transferring the risk to someone else. What's the meaning? Insurance. Insurance is transfer your risk to someone else. If my vehicle got accident, I just call them and ask them to fix my vehicle. I haven't kept my risk at all for very low amount of cost, very low amount of money. You transfer the risk to someone else. Your health care, if you got accident, they have to pay. Likewise, you can transfer the risks to someone else, or it might be a third party people. Instead of you are preparing pizza at your home, you just call to someone like pizza delivery organization and you just purchase it. You transfer all the risk. As an example, you might get, if you prepare your pizza at home, it might be like black color, totally burned because of overheat. You have that risk, right? And you have some sort of risk. It's not burned properly. It's like partially burned, some issue. So you can transfer this risk to some another organization and you can buy it. No risk at all. If it is burned in their third party company, they'll prepare a new one and give it to us. So that risk on someone else's head. That's the risk transfer. The last point is risk register. This is just a document that record all of your organizational identified risks, and it keeps record and its potential, what would be happen, right? Risk registry. I will get another 2 minutes from you to show a small risk registry, then we'll wrap up the class, right? If you want to leave now, you can leave, your time is up. But if you want to learn a little bit further like risk registry, please stay. And further, after completing this work, what I'm going to do is I'm getting around 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll give small recap on agile software development. You can stay for that also. If you don't want, you can leave. It's not a problem at all, right? And I'll show you a small risk registry. A register, sorry, not the registry. I can't show the registry. I can show a risk register. What kind of document is this? I'll share this document with you also. Right. I think you can see my screen. This is a sample risk register. So it's nothing. It's just a small document. It consists of some details. As an example, organization, ABC, company, and the date of the risk register created. Please make sure to date format.
So it is not shared, I think, no?
I haven't shared. What I have shared? Can you see?
Yes, sir. No, okay.
Now, this is like a company that ABC company name and the date, and the risk number, date, description, same story. What you have to do, the most important story is the last time the risk plan, the risk management, I have given a number. It's a unique number R001. Then you have to maintain this risk. It has happened like second 2021. And description of risk, we'll get an example.